Hi, Papaya. How are we all doing today? Happy Sapphic Sunday. It is time for the final game in the lovely Stu Élan's Garden Variety set. Garden Variety Dandelion set. On Waiting Spring Sleep. Insane. Still not over the fact yes, built is the word, clearly. They made 4 fucking games in less than a month. That's wild. I'm just gonna, before I forget, because I said I remember to do this. Before I forgot, let's pin that. Let's pin that. There we go. We did it. We did it. We didn't forgot. We pinned the message. We don't forgot. But yeah, that is. We're on the final game of the collection of the set, which is wild. It's still insane. And with this being finished, if we do it when we finish this game, we're gonna be out of Élan games to play. That's sad. We're gonna be out of Élan games to play because big sad. But I'm excited. I've seen a few screenshots on the page and it looks fun. I read it is, give me a second. What is it on the page again? Give me a second as I pull the page back up. It has a the following story contains implied domestic abuse, explicit violence, animal death, and toxic lesbianism. Reader discretion is advised, and do not try this at home. Toxic Yuri, guys. There's toxic Yuri. We've got toxic Yuri in Élan. Fucking crazy. And of course, we have this program contains what this doesn't tell us. This doesn't tell me we made the game. This doesn't tell me we made the game, bro. But the H page does. So the team for this game is Lexi with 4 eyes of Suri Nakamata. She did art. Yeah, she was director, editor, UI, and programming. We have Dakuma, also of Suri Nakamata. They did character design, art, and programming. We have Rose Crowded from Suri Nakamata. Suri Nakamata again. This game is just made by Suri Nakamata. Hell yeah. It's story concept and writer. We have Theo Minute. Theo Minute of Twofold. Did programming assistance. We have Fairyco of Suri Nakamata. Who did Fae consultation. The resident Fae expert. Fairyco. Hell yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited for Toxic Yuri. I love myself some Toxic Yuri. So yeah, help. These are the controls. But yeah, I'm excited. Also, this house screen is very snazzy. I like the I see. I see. I see. I see. We have without a voice. Highway Blossoms, Heart of the Woods, Twofold, National Park Girls. Please be happy. I'm not sure what this one says. I can probably assume what this says. This says Upwards Rain. This is What You Want, and I assume this. Yeah, this is Yuri Paddle right there. That's a nice title screen. I do like that. That's a funny title screen. I love that. That's so silly. But without further ado, let's hop into the game. Let me just quickly hydrate, because we got loads of reading ahead of us. Following story contains implied domestic abuse, excessive violence, animal death, and toxic lesbianism. Reader discretion is advised, and do not try this at home. In a sense, you're fortunate. One loss that you'll never feel slip through your grasp is what it was to be gods. Of course, that title was given to us by those who didn't understand. The folk have never had deities of their own. Those condemned to such short lives, perhaps, can only view any who live longer than them as abominations. But when humanity first came into this land, they saw what we were and knelt, and in their awe they prayed to remain insignificant to our eyes. Not a night went by that was not spent in revelry, and changelings danced among us nearly as numerous as ourselves. For God's sake, stop playing that game! Sorry. Every time I see my friend opens this one game on Steam, I'm like, you're addicted. Please stop. Anyways. As nearly as numerous as ourselves, and we stretched from the ice and whispering winds of the north, between the oceans of east, and o'er precious mountains of west, to the depths of this forest, and magic was all that enthralled us. Should we have thought that time would end? We whose natural lives have always been eternal. It may yet have gone on forever, had one of our own been less foolish. A human trickster, their name long forgotten, took one of the folk for a lover and betrayed them. With stolen magic, the trickster forged an iron weapon that proved fatal to our kind, and humanity climbed up from its knees with a rule of their own. Our weakening was meted out in lines they called borders. Desolation they called progress. A small human hovel in the north grew into their royalties, starling glut, and they ate outwards through the lands as they gained more and more influence so quickly. We lost our ice, our oceans, our mountains. What remains of us remains here in this wood, where every breath of magic is a fight to not be its last. We would weep to lower our heads and proclaim this age of humanity, but it is certainly no longer an age of the folk. Humanity sprawls its feet further than can be pushed back, and now we suffer. It did not have to be this way. It was humanity that stole everything from you and I. You must remember that. On wings bringing sleep. The wood is withering. I feel it around me, like the arms of someone who once loved me. I do, but whatever it is now, this isn't what was told me in song. I may be a child to those who saw themselves as gods, but I do pay attention. Even this close to midsummer, the green of the trees is just green. Even Mother says to me that it's getting worse, so I know that all the folk of the wood see it. Maybe that's why my magic refuses to bloom. Why should a child born of the decline of the folk have the same sort of power her mother does? There will never be a future where I lead them like she does. It's too crowded in the lungs, too frantic. Everyone worrying that the wood is dying, all while they still prepare for midsummer. A revel at the end of the world. It makes folks act oddly. The way you shed everything you are to do true escape. Just for a moment. Of course, that's not possible if you can somehow forget that you have to come back to the real you, and she's the one who'll be different forever after whatever you've done. Do humans sense it? I can breathe easier out here, just the birds and the trees and me, closer to wherever the fine blade of grass's definitive border. That's another thing the wood folk don't talk about. I don't know. And I'm not bringing up with Mother. But there are humans who venture near these parts. A woodcarver who makes sure to only take from dead trees. Essentially brave children in the nearest human settlement. A day's walk to the west. A nomad family of hunters who lay their traps. It is strange that they're my favourites. I've grown the most familiar with them. A mother and her two sons, always setting their snarls at dawn and returning to click their rabbits and squirrels before nightfall. They're always together. I know Mother wouldn't approve of my interest. It certainly isn't that she fears humans, but she still counts her losses onto them. One more thing about me, she won't understand. Maybe that's it. Without magic, I might as well be human. Singing? It's barely past dawn, and there's no song for the folk. And that's no song with the folk. Ahem. Let's try that again. A human. I think a new one. Her voice fell flat on that high note. You just tried the melody again. How did she manage to make it sound so natural? This feels like a dream. Letting some strange melody lead my way. I don't want to interrupt her. A girl. She's singing to the bird perched on the branch, like we would. Oh. But her other hand. She took two eggs. Right from the nest and into her pocket. It's clever enough that she must have tried this before. All right. All right. At least that's breakfast to take care of. Mother would just observe. Well, Mother wouldn't have followed the mystery song through the woods at all. That song was lovely. Who goes there? She jumps at my arrival. How do I appear to her? Her gaze is lingering on. My ears. You're Faye. Hello. You mustn't be from these parts. Well, I appreciate the compliment. The song is just a lullaby my sister sang. My sister sang it to me when we were little. And you're not quite right about me not being from out here. You could better say I'm kept under close watch. Yet you're sneaking out of your breakfast and risking being caught by a folk of the forest. But singing like that, perhaps you were hoping to be caught. How are you so certain that you caught me? No, it's my fault. It takes two to meet too close to the boundary. Letting you go for today is the right thing to do. Only for today? Oh, such mercy! I ought to run along before you change your mind. Or will you also be passing through tomorrow? Tomorrow? That would be something different from whatever this is. I could try to find this grove again. I do believe that I could as well. Well, my sister might throw a fit if it makes her wait on breakfast. But I'll look forward to it tomorrow. Look forward to it tomorrow? Ah, that's right. Humans have a superstition that if one of the folk gives you their names first, you can hold no power over you. They can hold no power. We can hold no power over you. I can't fucking read. That's right. Humans have a superstition that if one of the folks gives you our name first, we can hold no power over you. I'm Morgan. Morgan, I feel like that suits you. I'm very glad to meet you. My name is Isle. I can't help but hum that. Lullaby, she said. The folk don't have to sleep as much as humans. I never thought about a song I could want to fall asleep to. And I have something to look forward to now. Isle and I talked for barely 2 minutes, but this is the most that I've wanted to do something in ages. Speaking of things I need to do, let's see. Some chamomile and some gardenia. Oh, and lavender. Perfect. That should be strong enough to mask it if any of our scent got on me. I don't think I could pass her off for a changeling, especially since the only one I've talked to is... Forget her. More folk about this morning than usual. Must be revel preparations. I don't really bother waving to anyone anymore. Sure, there are more new faces now that the last mountain folk have merged with us. But even the ones I've known all my life, it's obvious how they see me. Late bloomer. Unendowed. Could you really be Mab's daughter? Believe me, I'd had it some other way too. Mother and I live on the outskirts of the lungs. For how much time I spend trying to escape it, you think there were shackles keeping Mother chained inside. Sometimes she'll go months speaking to nobody but me, if nothing requiring her ladyship comes up. My accent keeps changing as I keep talking. It's quite the fun thing to exist, where you can't keep a consistent accent for longer periods of time, just slipping into something random and completely unintelligible half the time. I'm not even quite sure you could understand what I'm talking about at all. I take a moment to breathe in the old wood. The Morgan, who spends her days roaming the woods, spying on humans, she left out there beneath the trees. She's not the one who enters this cottage. I like to think she's the real me. I wish she was larger in here. I can't hide anywhere, not even from the walls. They're all painted with the stories of old, from when all this land was our haven. Our haven. Our haven! Mother's there, but the portrait isn't really her. She's so minimal. Just dark horns in judgment among all the revels and hunts. Violence in creation. I've always felt a revolting fascination with them, like the first time I opened up a dead animal for a spell. Power that my role is to never dream of. Good morning, Mother. Ivy would have been preferable to Gardanians. But you can fetch that later. You know where to put the flowers. Can I help prepare anything for the solstice? Fucking... Please, there probably isn't, is there? Nope. This font is nice. It's so small. It's so small. It's so small. My fucking eyes. My eyes. Jesus Christmas. My eyes. Oh god. That doesn't help at all, but I'm gonna try it. Nonetheless. Poor eyes. Holy shit. Can I get the posture check and hydrate a minute as I do things? Okay. Hydrate and posture check. Oh god, I forgot how annoying it is. How annoying it is to wear headphones and glasses at the same time. I like putting glasses down, but like they barely change anything because these aren't prescription glasses. they're quote unquote blue light filtered glasses. Do I have a toggle for that on this? Should I set it up? I probably did. Give me a second. Yes, I did. There we go. There we go. These are quote-unquote blue light filtering glasses. I don't think they do anything at all. I don't think they're actually blue light filtering glasses. I bought them from fucking Ardennes. They're not from a glasses store. I bought them from like, think of a Claire's, but not really. Think about Claire's for like young adults to teenagers. Not because of the hot topic. There's different. Hi, Woobs. Welcome. How was On Wings bringing sleep? How was On Wings bringing sleep? How did that go? God, how is it gonna? How is it gonna do? Okay, welcome, hi Woofs, how are you? How was game? I am having a normal one. Surely, clearly having a normal one. Clearly having a normal one with this toxic Yuri, animal, death, and implied domestic violence, domestic abuse. A very normal one. What do you? Hi, Papaya. For those who don't know, I'm Sismate, the remover of your nightmares or dreams, if you're into that, but why? Why are you into your nightmares? Why? Why? What reason? I'm going to tab in. Why? But hi, how are we doing? Hope you are doing well. If you need to head off, Whoops, even though you woke up 8 hours ago, I think. Yeah, if you head out, you know you woke up 8 hours ago, and just do things. Don't feel pressured to stay if you need to raid and dip. Thank you for the raid again. Hope you enjoyed playing On Wings, bringing sleep, and hope everyone enjoys their stay here who is from the raid. As you can see, I'm also playing On Wings, bringing sleep. I just started, about 20-ish minutes ago. But yeah, hope you enjoy. I'm struggling to read the font. I'm struggling to read English words because the font is so tiny, and there's no accessibility settings for this game, and I might be dyslexic. I would never know because I've never been tested for this. Anyways, can I prepare anything for the solstice? I suppose there are some more wreaths that need to be woven. Ah, yes, wreaths. Wreaths that she'll do all the magic with. Mind you, I can weave some. Something stuck in my mouth. But food. I can weave some of the finest wreaths in the woods. For how many years I've spent only making them. Morning glory, barberry, watercress, the bowl of rabbit's blood beside them. Memory puppets, my blood-stained fingers. Good enough. Remember that you were born to a purpose, Morgan. Here we go, as always. We are the Witch Kings. We are the Guardians. We keep the magic, and with it, the only order in this world that could be hoped for. And what would she do if she knew I met a human in the woods just an hour ago? That Isle wasn't afraid of me. That she threatened none of our kind. That she was warm and beautiful, and all she asked of me was whether we could meet again. I understand, Mother. I'm sorry, Morgan. But you don't. Not until you play your own part. I need to go gather some more ivy. It looks like we need more magnolia as well. Just need to know I crushed the last of it under my boot. You know what you're doing, I hope. Those blackbirds are out again today. It is strange that I hope they don't wind up anyone's dinner. Let's see. Which way did I walk yesterday? I think it was to the west. A little bit north. She's really here. I almost want to sing the next line with her. What's that hanging from her belt? It looks like a knife. Which could be for anything. She was hunting yesterday, wasn't she? Still, I don't see any blood on her. And the real thing she'd need to protect herself from in this woods is... Morgan? Are you there? You heard me coming? I'm not certain that heard is the best word. I felt something yesterday, and just now, right before you appeared. You Fae probably don't even register it. But it's like the whole forest pulling a torch close around me. So, yesterday too then. I'd be lying if I said there was no shadow. Can I confess something? When I felt it, with the stories I've heard about those trees, I did wonder. Hope even. So, you singing? Well, don't start thinking too highly of yourself. A girl does need to eat too. No need to stand there. We both found our way back, didn't we? She doesn't even seem fazed by how close we're sitting. It's like she doesn't have a care in the world. Hello, phone. What are you yelling at me for? Nothing important? Nothing important. Okay. Must be nice. Oh no. I need to say something. But this is only the second time we've met. How much do we actually have to talk about? Did you find any more breakfast today? Really? Breakfast? What am I even saying? No, but she's laughing. It's musical. Like she can take her amusement and bend it into something beautiful. No, unluckily, no, unlucky birds stay, sadly. Maybe they got smarter. Maybe. I did find these, though. She's woven some wildflowers up her arm, the same way that I do. I thought that I might bring some back for my sister and myself. Is she the sort who wears flowers in her hair? No, I can't quite picture that, which is why I want to see it. She wouldn't say no. That's the least that she owes me for. Fucking reading. She smiles with her teeth. Her hands keep going in and out of the dress's pockets when she talks. She feels realer than she did yesterday. I made a lot of wreaths out of flowers like these, you know. The gardens we have are beautiful, so I've heard. The drawings of some of your flowers that I've seen. The paths change every day, even as you walk. The air brushes your cheek, like it's been longing for your return. It's tempting to just linger at the entrance, but you wonder, what's in bloom? Even flowers you would grow on your windowsill feel different. Golden. Magic. It seems more fantastic than I can imagine. The whole garden is really at your command? Oh, the garden. Is that where you keep your menageries of fearsome beasts? Fearsome beasts? I've read about them too. The twin-tailed black cat who tricked human travelers into games of finger bones on your behalf? Or serpents who got understanding of their language with a bite? Well, some of us do have familiars, yeah. You make them sound far more fantastic, though. Oh! She's so earnest. I feel guilty being the bearer of bad news. It makes sense that human accounts have blown things out of proportion, though. What would help her understand? Or I could try showing her. Yay. It won't be the real thing, but when we tend to them, it's sort of like... What am I thinking? I'm about to make a fool of myself. Because how many times have I dug a hole into the earth like that right now? Like right now. I placed bits of plant inside and covered it back up. Breathed in with my hands over the plot. When did Io lean closer? What did she see? Some one-trick gardener? Or one of the Fae? So many different flowers bloom within this grove. I have to focus on just the one. Huh. It's magnolia petal, but I've never thought of like this before. I see it in my mind, but it's part of the soil now too. And that soil is part of this grove. With every dewdrop on every blade of grass, the wildflower Io picked, and the roots going up into the trees, and I'm not me at all. I'm one of those black birds in the sky, looking down. The only other creatures in this world who know about us. We bleed into the grove. There's colour again. The wood knows me. And now it knows Isle. And it's singing her lullaby. The soil is trembling beneath my fingers. I unclasp them, and I hope Isle thinks their shaking is normal. As I raise my palm upwards, the blue magnolias are coaxed from the earth, strained by the sky of my magic. It's so easy. I turn back to Isle, and I know it. It's her. It's her. Until I met this strange girl, a strange human girl, despite a... VGPC just crashed my phone. Why? Until I met this strange human girl, despite 1,000 tries, I can never do this. I plucked a magnolia from the earth. Keep it. You made it. White isn't my color anyhow. It's not much. Whole gardens are still out of my reach. These are more manageable. I pluck up a stalk of Isle's wildflowers, braiding my magnolia through the smaller blooms. I don't even have to think about what my fingers do. I barely have to look away from Isle as I braid another wreath. Some skill for one of the fabled folk, isn't it? Could you humor me? Would you mind turning around? Oh, maybe I should have kept to just one flower. Making a whole patch grow in a matter of seconds is a bit much. She takes the wreath from me, and then I feel her hand on the back of my neck. They are so gay. Pushing my braid out over my shoulder. The cold prick of her fingertip somehow feels like a sunburn on my skin. She can see my left ear fully now. My base nature laid bare. I just realized, I remember saying something real quick. Any updates? Sorry, I am... no, okay, we're good. Sorry, just checking something, make sure no updates on something. Good. Yeah. There's some small breeze blowing just below it. Just between us. It's Isle breathing me in. Her fingertips trace higher to the nape of my neck. I take the glasses off, they're not helping me at all. They don't help the way I wear my headphones at all. Anyways. Oops. I'm not sure how to do this. Oops. My dove, my swan, you've been gone so long. How many tears more must I shed for your song? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to startle you. You tensed up. It's fine. You can keep singing. The lullaby, right? Right. Her own hands are getting more confident, and her voice. You left me with naught but a smile and passed me on. This poor crow can't fly from the memory of your arms. That was horrible. That was horrible flow and timing. What skies you've soared, aren't you from me? No pale beauty feathers stirred by my pleas. I bared you my heart, and now see yours bared too. Reporting it's the last thing I'll ever do. That was horrible! Anyways, back to reading the game. I fucking hate this. Why am I doing this to myself? My hair is nothing like mine. Her hair is nothing like mine. How would it feel to run my fingers through hers like this? Let's try something else. Let's try something else. Who taught you? Who taught you this? Your mother? I taught myself. Too much time on my hands. My sisters always say, that should do. That should do it. Bring it back over your shoulder. I wish I had a mirror to show you properly. Okay. The wildflowers. She's woven them all through my braid and crowned me with the wreath. They smell soft, sweet. Thank you. I thought she said that song was lullaby. It seemed a bit. A bit what? Dark is all. The end. It seems more like the singer is laying a claim to their beloved, rather than pursuing their love as equals. Now that you mention it, I suppose so. I've known it for so long that I never gave it much thought. Ah, the toxic lesbianism. The toxic lesbianism strikes again. Our favorite thing. We love ourselves toxic lesbianism. Let me see, I gotta check something real quick. Is it still... It's still pending, okay. She has it open. Yeah, no? Really? Or should she be kind of offline at all times? Each one of those? Maybe. I think she is, okay. Sorry. I'm just checking Steam. Because I sent someone a gift on Steam. And it's, why is there a quote? I see. I sent someone a game on Steam, and, like, yesterday-ish. And I realized, oh, they're last online 2 weeks ago. But I know they're not online, they weren't online 2 weeks ago, because they're currently playing a game. Right now. And I'm like, oh, okay. Dismiss. Dismiss the pop-up, please. Twitch. I don't care about the promotion of the Twitch drop. And, okay, fucking... Jesus. 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 There we go. Anyways. What do you mean I see? What do you mean I see, Possum? What do you mean? Also, my other friend is dropping the... Stop playing the game. Nothing open there a second ago. I had to fucking zoom in because I can't read the gray text over their banner on Steam. It's like, last online... of 220s. I can't read that at all. I wish the band text was more legible on Steam. Imagine reading. Impossible. Impossible! I can't read for shit! Although, knowing my sister, it might well be some murder ballad that just happened to put me to sleep one night. That sort of thing she sings in a good mood. Who really thinks about the stories we tell children until someone points out their flaws? Stories. There's the one mother has told me so many times. I've memorized where she pauses to breathe. But all that happened centuries ago, things get lost in memory. Don't they? Let me return the favor somehow. Our midsummer revel is almost here. Maybe next time I could teach you some of our songs. Maybe next time. Listen to me. Assuming your whole future without even thinking. I'll look forward to it. I have little else to celebrate. For just a moment there, something slipped through. I know what kind of sadness that was. The revel. If I could make a glamour. It could sharpen the tips of her ears. She could dance to her music. Be the queen of the festivities. And when she's caught, how horribly will that end? This grove is what we have. This grove is enough. Fang. I pick up the second leaf. I straight it on Isle's brow. Wear this next time, too. That one thing of ours can match. You keep saying next time. Even yesterday, you agreed so readily. You really want to know what... You don't know that much about me. Fangy. Fangies, ah. There's Fangy, I can't even see it. It's hard to see the Fangies. Because it doesn't open the mouth big enough for on this thing. Anyways. You're new. Unlike anything else. Well, I suppose you do have me there. I should go. My sister and I live alone, and she worries if I'm gone for too long. Of course. You wouldn't want that. Tomorrow, then. Tomorrow. Two young human women, living alone this close to the forest. Fearlessness must run in their family. And who knows about young, either. That sister of hers sounds more like a mother. If she was singing Isle to sleep as a babe. Just what in the name of the tallest mountains was that, Morgan? Who? Dahlia. So this is where you've been wandering further and further off to, gatherings for Mab, Surely. What does Mother have to do with this? Really, Morgan? I'm trying to give you an excuse here. Because to me, it looks like you... Why do you care what it looks like I'm doing? I thought that wasn't how you felt. I think it matters to all of us if you're beguiling a human. That's not... I don't have to explain myself to you. You're a changeling. How is it any different? You and I both know perfectly well the difference between me and a human. Did my family leave her at a boundary? Has her family left her at a boundary? Has she let the change part of the process? That's what I thought. No, it's not. Because nobody's being beguiled. Just the girl from the wood who happens to be human. And it doesn't matter if she knows who I am, because she's the first who doesn't care. Do you really mean that, Morgan? Morgan? No. How about for once you answer my question? Did you follow me? Yes. Why? Needing to make sure I haven't gotten on too alright without you? Ugh. Oh. Goodness sake. I'm losing my wits. That makes no sense why I just said those two words out loud randomly. Unless you're looking at something else at the same time as me. Which odds are, you are not.
For goodness sake! I'm losing my wits!
Ugh. This would be easier if she wasn't still gorgeous as ever. You could throw Dahlia off a cliff. She'd splatter prettily. Oh. That'd be perfect, wouldn't it? Little Miss Perfect. Raising her hand to the sad broken daughter of the Witch King. In a second.
For goodness!
Anyway, sorry, I'm having fun. Except, she's tracing my jaw as she pulls me closer. Her lips brush the ridge of my cheek. Well, have you? I still remember how it told her. Her lips close in on mine. What? The magnolias I grew that weren't woven into aisles, and the crown are right at my feet. I don't think anything. The girl I loved, like a spark loves dry wood, is kissing me again. But they shoot upwards. Ah! My ankle! She breaks apart from me, stops, tears her foot out from the magnolia stalks that wrapped her up and around it. Magnolia? What are you... Oh. You're all over them. Did you... use magic? Does Mab know? Why do you care what goes on between me and my mother. Morgan, if you did, this changes things. You're not being fair. And you're only honest when it suits you? How does it feel being on the other end? No. Just get to ruin this for me. If she tries to follow me again, I won't. I didn't even mean for that thing with the flower to happen. And I don't want to hurt her. Not really. She's the one who makes having a simple conversation impossible, though. I've always barely been able to keep up with her. That's why it's for the better that she ended things. No matter how much it hurt back then. Whatever impression she got while, she's wrong. I'm not. That is to say. Ugh. I know what falling in love feels like. Dahlia is the one who thank for that, and I did kiss her back just now. But it doesn't change the first time I've ever been able to use magic when I was with Elise. Yes, that's what I need right now. I feel this out. A friend. Someone who isn't judging me. Who has no motives for her own. Just a friend. Morgan! Morgan! I don't know how to say its name. I'm going to use Morgan. Cause I'm fucking dumb. Morgane! Morgane! A meeting even earlier today. It's such as dawn. I suppose neither of us could wait. I would worry how Elise found her way through the wood in the dark. But there's a candle lit inside the glass lantern she's holding. She looks tired, tense. She was using her right hand to hold things yesterday. Where did those blisters in her palm come from? Ah! Is this the are these implications? Are we thinking about the implications? Promise me you'll think about the implications. With a stretch.
I was just thinking that you look like the sort of person who would enjoy one of our fairy kiss
With a stretch
chillers.
and hydrate. I'm gonna go run to get some snacks. I kind of want snacks. I'll see if there's any snacks I can grab. I'll be back in a hot minute. To see if there's any snacks. There it is. We're back. I require myself 4 squares of 70% dark chocolate. And the chips I had yesterday, the crawfish chips yesterday with garlic flavored and 0% trans fat. I totally didn't say that minutes ago. I realized I was still muted on my mic. Nope. Not at all. I didn't do that. Not one bit. You were the one who did that. You were talking about your crawfish and 70% dark chocolate while muted on your microphone. Not me. Anyways. Where do those blisters on her palm come from? Did I not mention it? Did I say that out loud? Oh. Usually you don't need to hide it. I just... Well, now is as good a time as any. My sister is a craftswoman. It's only right that I help her with whatever she needs. Would you humor me? How far exactly is your home from here? It just troubles me. How far you've been walking. Would you like me to show you? In the name of allaying your fears. Wow. Taking him on the 3rd date? That's bold of you. Also, I didn't mention it, but can we take a moment to appreciate how pretty these women are? I love them. I love them. Thank you. Thank you for my TED Talk.
We better settle this with a cute off. Ooh, you're cute.
Me right now.
Ooh, you're cute. Allow me to transfix you.
I do in fact have 4 brisket voice lines on my soundboard.
Ooh, you're cute. But I'm way cuter. We better settle this with a cute off. Allow me to transfix you.
Yeah, it's a bucket. I love this one so much. This is I love the transfix one because it's so funny. Cause I know what it's supposed to. I know what it's supposed to mean. Like, but I titled it in my files as trans space fix you.
Allow me to transfix you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god!
I'll talk to you later, alright? Have a great day. Bye-bye. I love you.
In a second, I'm into chocolate. I got myself. Chips. Sorry. I am just stalling as I look at these women, these pretty women. Women. Love them. I love these women. We're traveling farther north than I suspected. But not towards the human village. I don't think any of the folk have walked in this part of the woods since Mother's youth. And Isle. She keeps looking back over her shoulder at me, like she can't believe I'm following her. Is my being here helping her nerve? Or causing them? An Isle. I read that right. I keep read them before. I'm not tabbing to the game. I don't know what else I expected. It's a proper house. Not thatched together cabin with logs. Still groaning. Groaning. Being cut down. How long did you say your family has lived here? Oh, the cottage. I don't know, to be perfectly honest. My sister couldn't live in the capital anymore. She took me with her and followed the river south until she found... Well, we weren't the praying sorts, but it was a certain stroke of luck, wouldn't you say? So, it's always just been the two of you for all your life? Ayo? Ayo? Are you out here? I can't see her, but it's no mystery who that must be. Something feels wrong. I crumple a fistful of ague in my pocket and lay my palm on the nearest tree. I've seen plenty of folk do this spell before. It feels sort of like growing the flowers. Like growing the flowers like growing the flowers did yesterday. Bloom. Hide. It's like the bark of the trunk grows, and my hand grows around my hand. A slope of hot wax that scrapes that scrapes rather than burns. My skin mottles the same colour as the wood. Patches of moss, leather climb up my arm until all of me that's visible is dusky green. Go, Aya. It's fine. Why is she looking at me like that? Like, oh no. This is the magic I used to grow those flowers. I'm the reason humans cut down the trees before they claimed the forest. The story that keeps children from wandering from their beds. The monster tapping my fingers at her window. Aya! Elizabeth! Elizabeth! Aya! Elizabeth! Do something. Io. Say anything. I promise it's still me. Crime hell! Kriemhild. Crime hell! I'm right here! Io? Did you go out into the woods? Io, I swear, I don't want to talk about this again. The sun's barely even up. It's alright. Let's just go inside. Krimhild? It's nothing. That's right. That's all you can say. Nothing. Nothing. I'm... nothing. Should I have a sense to stay away? If Crimehouse suspects something, we need to both be cautious. But I was cautious this morning when I used the camouflage magic. Look what I thought of that. Alright. Left arm. Right arm. Everything back to what Isle sees. And as for what's in the bag, around my waist, well, Mother might see what I stole, and realize what magic they work together. Maybe she'll be proud. I've got to go back to the cottage. She won't come to me. I recognized how she talked. The sister of hers. Sister. Mother. Seems out of their way, I thought right. It somehow looks smaller at night. Which room is Isle's? That's the last thing I need. Her sister waking up to see me outside her window. Oh! Up there. The loft on the second floor. That's the candle from Isle's lantern this morning. Did she light it for? She's even left it open. And there she is. Brushing out her hair for the night. Her arms. I hear how she breathes, and every time she raises them, they're stiff. She's hurting. Something isn't right in this house. But then, I already knew that. Isle? What do you want? I never seen her like this. She turned around so quickly, but she looks like she hates me. Like the doe at the end of the wild hunt. I've only seen her teeth when she smiles. Never her fangs. Her nightgown isn't like the clothes I've met her in. I can see more of her. Her chest. Her shoulders. They're all bruised. Like ugly eclipses all over the peach of her skin. It is the height of summer. I've always met her when any human should have sweat sweltering their scalp, with her neck line buttoned up to her throat and the cuffs of her wrists. Oh. They've always been there. Who hurt you? Who? Oh. Why did you tell me? Morgan. Tell you what? You're not a fool, Isle. And not either. You shouldn't have come back. I think those bruises are exactly why I should have. You don't understand. Nearly as much as you think you do. Isle, if I did anything that upsets you, I truly am sorry. That wasn't my intent. No, Morgan. It's not... I'm not angry with you, it's myself. How I acted earlier. I don't know why I thought leading you here was a good idea. And that Crimehouse was there. And then Crimehouse was there. Freemild was there, and I've never had a friend. Not truly. And I realized that's what you are to me, Morgan. I just hadn't let myself think that way until we were right there, at the doorstep, and it wasn't perfect. Not the way I thought it would be. Friend. Just feel this bond too? Then it's real. So why does that word feel like shadows on a summer day? I want to help you, Isle. No matter how little an escape I can offer. I don't know where yet, but past the grove. Maybe there's our rival, but you can't understand the kindness you've shown me. It's all it feels right to offer you for your friendship. Thank you, Morgan. Why do I feel like you know so much about me now that I do now that I do you? Necessary caution. When you were a stranger, at least. I'm just you, though. I can't explain my world in words. This is the best answer I can give you. Surely a night stolen into the folkwood is better than how I exist here. What have I done for you to just slip through my window of the night and save me from existence? Please, don't think of me that way. As a girl who is only wounded, only ever falling, who's never wondered where the bravery to save herself lies. She only held my face in her hands for a moment, but is there some magic that preserves the ghost of a touch? Tomorrow, then. Tomorrow? Good night, Morgan. Good night, Morgan. Morgan. Let's see. I think I got away cleanly. Mother shouldn't notice me taking from her storage. If I supplement in the garden, I should have guessed food would be heavier to carry, though. Oh, hello again. Just you today, little blackbird? Well, I suppose you know where I'm off to. Why haven't you flocked on with the rest of your flock? Flown off with the rest of your flock, though. What makes a bar decide somewhere is the place to remain? Ah, careful where you're flying, little bird. You nearly made me drop my bag of tricks. You really are my escort, then. Maybe I should call you something nicer than little bird. But I have a question for you, little bird. I have a question. Where is your home, little bird? Is it here in this grove? Or do you too come here to... Or do you come here to... I messed it up royally. Give me a hot second as I dig something out of my fucking drawer. To just pop up. Where is it? Where is it? Is it this one? Oh. Where is it? Wait, actually, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Wait. 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 Oh, there it is. I found it. Sorry. It was on top of something that's the exact same width and length, but it was thicker, so I thought it was the same. I thought it was the top one, anyways. As I was saying, I have a question for you, I have a question for you. Where is your home, little bird? Is it here in this grove? Or do you come to see me too? This will be the last time, I'm afraid. Because I'll be going home tomorrow. Home is just a small place. Dude, by the rest of the world. It's someplace I can't wait to return to. I wish I could bring you with me, little friend. I wish that you could see the world too. Your home is all around you though, isn't it? It's where the trees are, where the leaves fall. Little bird. Perhaps it's you who's the more fortunate of the two of us. I found it. It was sat directly under the anniversary booklet. Ow. It was attached directly onto the anniversary booklet, so I thought it was also the anniversary booklet. Because they're the same thickness and length. Not like the same length and width, but different thicknesses. So I thought the thicker thing was the anniversary booklet, but it was in fact the two things on top of each other. Anyways, Bargain, I know you're there. What gave it away this time? It was different. Shifts closer to me, takes my hand in hers with a swipe of her thumb over my knuckles. It's a standard human greeting, right? That is not a standard human greeting. That is lesbianism. That is the touch of someone who's infatuated, who has been what are they saying? Guys? That is someone who's been beguiled. A standard greeting for the lesbians. That's a standard lesbian human greeting, right? It's standard lesbian greeting, right? It was sent today. I don't even know if it's yours alone, but I feel like every tree in the forest had suddenly gone into full bloom. Oh, that lightness and lull was wrapping around me, upping the fey domestics. Are you? Dramatics, are you? I wasn't trying to. Never mind. Never mind it, for now. No, your hair. What about it? The flowers. You didn't have to keep them there for me, you know? The domestics too. Up in the domestics. I mean the Fey domestics, are you? The dramatic domestics. Wow. The Fey My ability to read is abysmal. No. Do they look wrong? I tried to enchant them so that they wouldn't wilt. Well, today, with everything you said last night, I thought I would try to make myself more at home here. She's brought a blanket to spread over the grass, the quilts from her bed, even sitting at ease. Here or last night. Looks regal. I don't think she could slap her shoulders if she tried. Rude. About that, I have an idea. We always prepare so much food for the midsummer revel. Nobody is going to miss a little amount of it. If you'd like to, try it, that is. Let's see. Fruits I picked from the garden. Honey milk. Sweet cakes. Some barred simmering in the saffron sauce. I also like. I can't pretend everything there will be, but staples seem a safe place to start. She's hesitating though, even over something basic as bread. Is her hand shaking? I'm sorry. It all looks delicious. Don't misunderstand. But how could I have forgotten? She likely spent her whole life being told any food of the folk will turn to ash in her mouth, if not worse. If I may, take these berries. Eat them just before the sun begins to set. They wake you up. They would. That's what the revel really is. The one time of year when all the old magic can be felt. We start with just one. The small enough to come right off the vine. The sweet without any sugar. I've been trying so hard to make her feel safe. What if she simply can't imagine this? What if I can't manage this? No. Maybe if I'll pretend it's my first time as well. The next barrier that I reach for, it's slower, less certain of where it's slower. The next barrier I reach for, it's slower, less certain of where to pinch my fingers and sever fruit from the stalk. It takes another moment, but Al starts to mirror me. She mangles hers a bit. Some pulp sticks to her finger. When she eats it, she almost seems self-conscious, tucking her head down to eat in a hurry before the juices can drop farther within her wrist. A few dark droplets make it to her skirt, which don't matter. No going back now. Do you feel something? You're right. It's sweet. Oh. Oh my. This is how you all live? Constantly? If it's too much, we can stop. No. It's so much. Everything you said about this forest, I'm feeling it now. I taste it. What else is there? Try this, then. The cake lightens your feet for dancing. Here, I break it in half. Whichever you eat, I match you. That way it stays fair. How long do the effects last? They're meant to carry you through the festivities. Don't believe anyone who claims that you need to develop. I once saw a girl who couldn't set her feet on the ground for a week after eating too many of these. She eats this one so ardently. Kind of doesn't. A sister wouldn't. Would she? I don't want to ask. Not in this moment. Not when she's laughing. It's the barriers, I know. She falls back onto the quilt, her eyes shut in bliss. There's no force at all to her laughter. I don't want to help her up until she lets it all out. Why, Morgan? You gentle woman. I can just leave you. I couldn't leave you to any grass stains. Morgan, would you like to dance? And before I know it, we're pulling each other around the grove, clasping hands and spinning until our vision loses direction, twirling beneath each other's arms, weaving, hopping steps together towards each other like dewdrops on a spider's web. I feel carefree. Maybe the first time I can ever remember. Goodness, you weren't exaggerating. I'm absolutely parched. What's in that water skin on your belt? I'm not certain you want to try wine right now. Wine? I'll admit, I've never been, inebriated before. But... That's on the screen, right? It is. What the fuck is this? Why? What is this? Why is there a flying punctuation on the screen? I'm assuming that's... No. They have dashes before, right? What is that? That's not it. It's... Well, our wine makes you honest. Honest? So, if we both drink a truth for a truth, whatever either of us wishes to know. Alright. The first question that comes to mind. No regrets. No regretting it. Whatever the answer. There's not much more in here than for each of us to take a sip. Anyhow, I'd forgotten how hearty it is. I'll dance it quickly, although I don't think it's from practice. Oh, that's not quite what I expected. I think it's meant to taste better the more that you drink. Question mark. Go on then. Okay, I think it is supposed to be a hyphen. Okay. I think that's supposed to be a place for a hyphen or something. Because it's here again. So, anyways, not really. Sorry, I'm organizing my windows again because I opened a thing. I changed the layerings of my windows again. We're good. Have you ever? Are you not afraid of me? It's a simple question. It's a simple answer. Of course not. Of course not. The words don't come. And for that to be the case. No. I can't be afraid. Was it the fight with Dahlia? Yes, that has to be it. That just shook me. Not that either. Then what? I know I'm taking too long to say anything again. Isle has to see it. The betrayal of the magic. What if there's no version of the truth that I can give her? That's alright. I haven't been certain myself recently. Don't doubt yourself. Don't let anyone make you. You're not a monster for claiming whatever you can from the world, even if it's not what you might have expected. I didn't hear a question in that, Morgan. Can you tell me a story about the old times? Don't alter it for my sake. Tell me about my people, exactly the way you've heard it. Okay. Once upon a time, the people of Vildgren answered to gods, and the gods were hungry. Prayers were left to be ignored. A prized cow butchered on the doorstep. Bowls of milk swirled pink with blood. Desperate families offered up their unwanted children, chained them to the ground when they rejected their purpose. All agreed that to be changed was the kinder fate. If the gods returned them to you, whether they still breathed was inconsequential. Children wept to walk their tattered feet across hard ground. Parents could no longer meet the eyes of any who within their family. Lovers would scream at the touch of your hand, into such a genealogy was born like the diligent. She lost her sister to a beguiling spring, only finding what bones of hers washed down the river from the hunting grounds of the gods. Her father went to bed one night a man, and she found him the next morning as a mass of flesh still bound to his killing tree. And then one day, her lover returned to their home like a lost ghost. She swore that her people would bear no more. Ike's family came from low means, but her lover was a merchant who had traveled far and wide, and had gifted her upon their engagement a dagger of foreign metal. Armed with all that remained of her love, Ike ventured into the woods and waited. Some say she brewed a solution to counter anything the gods bade her ingest. Some that she cut open her own veins and bled into the earth, knowing what thirsts it would draw. Others that she simply stripped naked and waited to be found. Perhaps all three. Perhaps something else entirely. When Ike awoke in the morning, her mind remained her own, as much as her lover's dagger, buried within the breast of the dead Fae at her side. Ike returned to the hunting ground upon the next full moon. Her lover's blade once more fell true, and this time granted Ike a gift of greater than vengeance, a vision of what she must do. She spread her tale from village to village, and with it the knowledge that gods could be brought low. And when she slew the Fey Lord who had stalked the boundaries of her family's home until it held only her, she carved her declaration of war from his chest and left him to be found. Human settlements, once isolated and penned like cattle, banded together. A capital of our own rose in the north. What became of Ike was the new balance was weighted is our tale's only mystery. She was last seen leading the charge against the Fae's own Horned Queen, their greatest and most terrible commander. A hero such as Ike would certainly have been proud to sacrifice herself for her people's triumph, and indeed, the end of that battle marked the drawing of the boundary pact that keeps the Fae at bay even now. Yet some claim that with her family avenged and their hunters humbled, Ike returned to anonymity. They claim that she may very well have lived out the remainder of her days in a once impossible dream, free from terror. Do you see? I asked what I did. Centuries have turned wounds to scars, yes, but you still took so much from us. And we, I suppose, ended anyone's right to divinity. Hearing the story like this, I never wondered if the Fate Breaker had a name, and the Horned Queen could have only been Mother. She's always told me that humans don't comprehend time how we do. I wouldn't think that was all history from centuries ago, though not hearing from Isle spoke of it. Not hearing how Ira spoke of it. So now you know. All that I ignore every time I do this. You. Certainly, everything I can think of to say sounds like it will just prove her right about you, about the folk. That we didn't want a war of absolutes. That she has no way of knowing her version of what really happened. What response? What lose her forever? I can't think of one before she suddenly grabs for a plum still lying on the quilt, biting into it fiercely enough for the dark juice to spray across her lips. Why would it fall the two of us to right every wrong? Before I can let myself think twice, I cradled her chin on my fingers, wiping the juice from her soft lips. That's gay! What did you say this fruit does? I have no idea. We find out. Instead of taking a bite from the plum, I flick my tongue and droplets on my finger. I watch me do it, and I feel a strange sense of obscenity. I feel my little bird circling above us once more. There's a buzz, almost like an itch, running up my spine, spreading along my shoulder blades. The space between me and Isle suddenly feels different. The quilt beneath my hands isn't soft anymore. It itches up through my skin, suddenly rushing through my veins like an embrace. I'm frozen. I need to move. I feel stirring along my muscles, but it's like my brain doesn't know what to do with them. And somehow, I feel a certainty that Isle is experiencing the same. Although, how can I know? I can't look her in the eye. The light's changing. The light's changing. Krinehild won't believe I'm taking this much time. Krinehild? It's my day to hunt, but it doesn't take me all day. Something isn't right about this. But I already knew that. That's not the face of someone who wants to go home. And I still have what I was too cowardly to give her last night. Isle, do you trust me? What? I have here a glamour spell. All you would need to do is wear it like a charm. Can you meet me back here tomorrow before sundown? Tomorrow? Isn't that your revel? Yes. Judges me then, just running a finger along the length of my ear, pushing my hair back. It's like I certainly know every way I want to touch her in return. I want to cover her eyes every time she sees a part of me she ought to be afraid of. I think I can sneak out. Freshen up the flowers, though, for me. What happens if she's not there? Nara. Doesn't seem to be starting yesterday. Did you follow her home? How'd she seem? What's worse, Nara? How many would you talk to about myself, or talking to a bird? Alright, keep flying with me in silence then. Isle? Are you here yet? I picked a fight with Krinehild so she'll think I'm sulking in my room. And if she checks on me an hour from now, what can she do? That's not quite what I had in mind. Now the glamour you showed me yesterday, how does it work? Is it just cosmetic? Oh. Before we do that, it's fine. If you'd rather not. But I brought something you might want to wear, just in case. Well. Yes, that's wise. I shouldn't crawl back through my window wearing clothes all dirtied from dancing. Right. Definitely. You change behind a tree, I suppose. Right. Just a moment then. Somehow I'm still terrified she'll be wise and take this chance to run. It's good to have one more moment without the sight of her shaping every thought of mine. Morgaine, I appreciate the kindness, but I don't know about this dress. Oh, does it not fit? It does. I could hear her inhale from yards away. She steps back into the grove with her fists bunched in the pale skirt. Head lowered as I see. Ah. The neckline is lower than ever than even her nightgowns, and the sleeves shorter than any I've seen her wear. Lurid violet fades into rings of pink and putresces across her collarbone and arms. It's not a revelation anymore, but I didn't see the full of that in her cottage. And she did say that she picked a fight with her sister. The glamour, right? To use it. But if I touch you? She hesitates. One more way to remind me that I only have an idea of what to do. When she steps forward, I crush the charm between my fingers. I bring it to my mouth. With the breath of my intent, I have to trust in my own will. I've only seen Mother make these charms, not how they're actually cast. But it's about seeing what you want to see. I want Isle to be unhurt, which is only intended to look like one of the folk, which to be wounded so easily. I start with the left shoulder. I feel less alarmed to have someone lay their hands there. Wouldn't I? My hand hovers above it for a long moment. It would be easier if magic could be absorbed that way. There was space and will, and no touch was necessary. I hold my breath when my fingers meet her skin. I exhale as I hold us both in place. Mend. I watched Mother heal other folk in hundreds of different ways. The magic wants more than memory, though. I can't fix Aya without feeling her. The alien bumps that rise along her skin, a sense shared between us that I can only describe as a cold heat. These are normal human sensations. I slowly slide my hands down the length of where the bruise cover her arm. I can't cut myself off from this tether, no matter how I try to seize it. Careful. Some of them are still sensitive. Clearly, I'm doing something wrong. I just don't know what. How cruel would I seem, though, offering her hope like the revel and then failing to give to her. Maybe you can help me. Help? How would I? It's just an idea, but no, I'm not imagining it. My magic works better when you're involved. I just need you to think about these bruises going away. Interrupt yourself as one of us. Well, I've just slipped that I'm not quite the all-powerful child of goats. What if her disappointment is less for the revel, just for me? But she lays her hand over where mine still covers one of the large bruises. Don't erase all of them, if it's too much. Focus more on my face, or whatever else the glamour is for. It's a bit strange touching her, but not exactly. Not exactly. Her hand is the one that guides mine up the angle of her face, delicately pressing, her eyes closed, winding pieces of her hair around my fingers, and teasing points out of her ears. I see now what was wrong before. I was afraid to picture her physically in the way this spell needs. It's changing nothing deeper than her flesh, but I still have to shape the glamour around every freckle and a mark, where it's slightly paler, where her clothes usually cover it, which shaped differently in her than is in me. We move more quickly over her chest and finish with a sweep down her right arm that leaves me huffing harder than I thought. Maybe the magic did take some small toll from Isle, for the quickening of her own breath. I didn't let myself look at the picture in progress, more than making sure it was changing, but now, the part of me that sees what I know as Isle, what lay over the face I've come to know. She's almost a fairer mirror. Her ears the same length and shape, sharpness as mine, and horns. Why horns? It's such an endowment that my magic gave her. How do you feel? She stretches a hand to her chest, halfway wincing and flattening it across the smoothened skin when pain never comes. Like someone different. You are tonight. Whoever you like to be. It's still true. This is all I can give her for now. But if she ever said it out loud. No. Not even. Let Kaimhild come hunting in the woods one day and see who greets her. Here. Varys. With every step closer to the lungs, I wait for fear. Al is barely even following me, though matching my pace so determined that her fists are bunched back to her side. She's not afraid. So why should I be? Why should I be either? Of my own people? I know we're growing closer till my wreaths begin appearing, nailed to every second or third tree we pass. I do stop to brush a finger over one's woven stalks, and I feel it. A flutter of response. I can finally take a bit of my magic with everyone else's. The heady crackle of it is already threatening, thickening to the air. It's all that outruns the music. The folk are not idle when it comes to our music. When our magic grows too overwhelming to be contained, to a command, the rest blooms into song. A song is something to be savoured. The last suck of marrow from the bone. It's simple strikes now, measured beats. They waver on the air with the promise that I wonder if Isle can hear. A call to gather. This isn't my first revel, of course, but it's hers. That second, that sends a different rush through me. That I'd be able to watch her and see she'll shine. Our hands will stay locked together like this, and she'll come the closest she ever will to magic. Ayo, hands clasp it? Hands clasp? That's kind of lewd. That's kind of lewd, don't you think? Clasping your hands together? That's pretty lewd, my guy. Home place, breath size home size. That's kind of lewd. That'd be hella lewd. Hmm. All right. Thank you for preparing me. This would have been too much if you hadn't. You still feel like yourself. Goat women. Lovely goat women. Well, of course not. That's what's beautiful. What's the point in formalities? I've seen every one of the folk around us each day for 18 years, and no revel greeting will change how I'm received by them any other day or night. When we first step into the circle, it's farming in the lungs, though. I expect every head to turn our way. Who wouldn't wonder how they spent every day of eternity not noticing this radiant folkman dressed in shades of the sunrise? Then I see her, Dahlia, literally glowing from the golden powder speckled over her skin, halts in her conversation with several of her mountain folk kin for just a moment. Her eyes narrow at me and Isle before she emptily laughs at a companion's story. We've kept well out of each other's way since. I'm not sure what's more vivid in my memory. The words we said to each other, or the failed seduction. It's not as if I'm planning on letting Isle out of my sight, but that woman, there in the red dress, you don't want any business with her. You don't want any business with her. More so than any other fae leading me astray into the woods. We have history. I spend so much time on my lonesome in the woods. It's easy to forget what a proper gathering of the folk feels like. What could Isle ever compare to it? The largest of folk crowds she could possibly have been in still wouldn't have anyone with strips of fur down their spines, extra digits on to their fingers and toes, cloven hooves, and sharpened talons. The Long is no small wood, Hallow. But anywhere the rising moon's light can break through the trees, 5 folk are practically climbing on top of each other to feel the brightness. The food and wine are already taking their effects. Best not to let anyone else outpace us. Isle's sip is as measured and dainty as from my water skin back in the grove, but the sliver of Dahlia's tension looked something in me ajar. When she kissed me, she fell right back into the script of our old dalliances. I need to be a Morgan that Dahlia can't expect anything from tonight. I barely taste the wine. It goes down my throat so quickly. Mother will have to make an appearance sometime tonight, but it's still too early for her to be forced by duty from the cottage. The folk who led their first proper dance are among the oldest of the old who remain. It's not one that wills me too much more than tapping my foot against the grass. Sorry, I mean, they're just checking something. The folk who... I read that already, not yet did. I promised Isle a night like no other. Not this. There we go. The next dance is for the younger woman. The beating percussions quickening and joining up with softly clamoring bells. For my lead, you'll learn it's like a natural. It does sound a bit like something from home. Ah, think of a hydrate possum. Also, gay. Gay. Yes, it's a dance for a young woman. As soon as Isle and I joined the edge of the crowd, Dahlia does the same. Be careful of this part. The rhythm changes suddenly in the chorus. Then just lift your arms and... I think I'm starting to find it. Check my hands at the arc. And then back down, yes. Even when the dance partner switches, I make sure to keep sight of her. But Isla is taking to this better than I could have expected. The dances around her fall into her thrall. Charmed by her smile and light feet, I think too much about whether they've actually seen her before. I knew it, of course, but seeing the picture from my mind take flesh so perfectly. She's charmed them all within 3 courses. The first human to grace a folk revel in what might be centuries. The dancing, as with the music, also serves a purpose. The full moon makes this year's midsummer even more potent and combined with the cake and wine. Magic is already starting to slew off folk like an oversized dressing gown. The music quickens again. A lyre picking up from the bell. I'm less sure where to pull the bodies around me is coming from. Whether we all move as one, or if this is how the lung got its name, and the wood is what's breathing, trying to grasp us back into our full power. Something tickles the soles of my feet when I bring them up and set them down. Isle catches my arm, in a surge of selfishness. I pull her closer. Look at the ground. Did I do that? Watching the path on my feet aside, instead of letting the dance carry them, is harder than it seems. Al and I stumble together, our shoulders colliding with my chest. We both look down and then back at each other, with equally silly grins. Small patches of flowers are blooming everywhere my feet land. Tomorrow, someone will be able to trace every dance between me and Isle. 2 girls lost in the revel, leaving a memory that could only be ours. That's pretty gay! Imagine, you dance so gaily that you start gaying flowers. What is this ping for? Is it important? Sorry. Is this ping important? Restructuring the server. Okay, never mind. Restructuring the server. Cool. So we're just looking at, the single rule on this server. Be nice! There are the rest of them. There we go. There we go. There's the rest of the rules. And things are happening. Directory. I'm gonna back out of this now. Song after song. Song after song after song. Ao's breath starts to come heavier, heaving into every step, but never shows a sight of wanting to stop. She leans into what the harmony of She leans into when the harmony of twin fiddles saw its presence through the night. A need so naked that it spelled clear as any command of magic. And I wish that there was a way a body could meld into a soul, and sound could be all the flesh and blood it needed. Isle?
What are you smiling about all of
Oh
a
god,
sudden?
May, thank you for the resub of
Cute.
7 months in a
Scarlet
row.
resub for 7 months.
You. How are you? With your Prime too. Wow, you got one of them too. I'm reading a visual novel about a lovely fairy falling in love with a human woman. Trust me, this is human. Yes, it's pretty new. It's really short, but it came out at the very end of last month of September. It's really short. I'd say about like maybe 4 or 5 hours, but it's really good so far. I'm enjoying it. It's really pretty. I'm doing good. Nothing too exciting happening so far, but I'm doing good. We're vibing. How have you been? Been well. Hope you've been getting all the gacha polls you've been doing. Yeah, we're just vibing. We've been relaxing, doing nothing too exciting. I don't know. Try asking in the chat, in the trio. Depends on Kaizen, really. I'm not sure. We might be watching anime. We might be watching anime tonight. Kaizen might just watch anime tonight again, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I'm not sure. I'm down for whatever, really. If I'm alive and not dying. Lol. Isle? What? Morgan? Yeah. Yes, ask him there. It's not funny, really. But what felt like a moment there. I started to forget about you. Is it the song? I felt like I was all that existed in this entire forest. I saved this for yesterday. Don't you try it again? I couldn't bring myself to finish off the plum I'll bit into after her story. I had the sense. Maybe the timing just wasn't right. Do you think? I don't want to think right now. Do you feel differently? No. We're not exactly the same mind, you and I. The way she bites into the fruit is the same as before. More like watching a wolf tearing meat from the bone. Wolf mentioned! Wolves mentioned! Hey yo, wolves mentioned!
An aura of
Why was that the button I pressed?
an
Aura of sophistication.
Like you could
Could be anybody's mom. An aura of sophistication. Wolf mentioned. No. Wait, which one? Something. Wolf mentioned.
I hate you!
Wait.
What?
Huh?
Huh?
You'd like to tell me a story? Please, go ahead.
I tried to match her as I watched her throat swell, my teeth just overlapping the ridge of where hers pierced the plum's flesh. An indirect kiss? Sweet and sour. The same effect takes hold faster than before, although I still can't decide what it is. It's like the haze of wild magic swirling around us. When the moonlight hits my face and makes me feel like the storm calling folk of old. Maybe this feeling is infinity. Or wanting it. Is this... Okay. Okay. Good luck on the grind. Thanks for the lurk, Ming. Awesome. Is Isle what eternity feels like? Dance with me, Mary. Dance with me, Morrigan. We take hold of each other more fiercely than before. Isle's fingertips dig into my wrists. I shift one hand to her waist, tethering us together as the dance pulses around us. The singing sensation beneath my skin is stronger, like some baser creature is trying to tear out the prison of my flesh. Maybe it's me. Isle really is a quick study. This dance swerves, tries to blur your up from down, shows our gazes together. What feels like a command, not to falter. I know that look. What are you trying to think about? What's right in front of me? Something heavier than understanding enters her eyes. As she presses our bodies closer, her hands cautiously brush my neck. This isn't the night, or the girl for caution. There it is! There's the eye. But there's the eye. There's his eye. The master's eye. The eye. Maho. Of course that's what I'm watching. It's Sunday, Possum. It's Sunday! I want to drink her. Open her up. Try and know the taste of her secrets. I want every one of the folk in the world to have no illusion of what we are. The film's releases it. No. If she sees all that is in me, it isn't afraid. I push a strand of hair back. It had just that soft brush her fingertip against the shell of her ear. She makes a little gasp of a sound and upwards. When our lips first meet, it feels like our own test, having to guarantee some invisible veil won't fall between us and stop human and folk from longing this opening. We pull back from the sheer shock of it all, I think. Then she gasps again, her breath hot against my lips. Dahlia didn't make fun of how we would kiss, but she always wanted me softer. I tried to take control too quickly, when right from the introduction of needing as much of her as I could bear. So, I tried to hold back to be... What did Al call it? What did Al call me that gave me a little thrill? A gentle woman. She gives way against me, though no more pretense of keeping any space between us. I lick the last of plum's juice from her lips and kiss her how I've been famished to. And something happens when her hands cradle the nape of my neck, her fingers teasing the ridge of my spine, and all the world stops, except for the music's beating drums. All the shivering sparks I feel from the fruit, the dancing, they collide in my chest, exploding through me. There's something moving beneath the muscles of my back. My body feels so limited, even as I use all of it to grab hold of Élan. Does she feel it too? And this magic created as it squirms under my skin? Would she want that too? As I think, she runs her hand right under the pulse of it, the center of my back, right between the blades of my shoulders. I faintly hear a sound like ripping fabric, but wetter, the push of something demanding to grow forth, and then the feeling. A bit of pain, yes, but all at once, something of me is taking up more space. There's a sensation, almost like tickling across my chest as well, and I look down as Isle gasps and pulls her hand back from it. Feathers? Morgan! You! Look! Over your shoulder! She's not the only one noticing. Whatever's happening to me, I look. Wings. Half folded behind me. A pair of shining black wings made nearly the same height as me. They pull slightly at my back, shifting my posture. New sensation, muscles, nerve endings, all suddenly grafted onto my former awareness in my body. I think flat. They unfurl faster than I realize, and the folk near me have to stumble out of their way. More are stopping in their dance as they notice me. But the music keeps going, in odd dissonance. I flex my shoulders back, let the movements carry into the wings, and sure enough, they answer to me. Which button was it? It is... No, it is this. There we go. They answer to me. Isles. So this is you. One of the Fae. She's right. This is my endowment. The reflection of a magic that manifests for every matured folk. And just like before, I have Isle to thank for it, finally coming forth. Thank you, Isle. Thank you. I can't help it. I kiss her again. More the folk resume their festivities, giving us a bit more space. I feel a shift, though regard is something that changes the hour. And the hour has never been so light. In every sense, this is where I belong. Morgan? Mother? Mother? Why do I have 4 pings? That's one of them. One's here, sorry. I need to investigate. That's one, okay. One's for that. One is here. I feel like this should still be at the bottom. We can't really move that right now, can we? Sorry. I'm critiquing random things. And this is... I know what this is. No, I don't know this is. This is different. Why'd you ping me for it? What? Okay, interesting question. What is she doing tonight? So I'm checking. Sunday 7. Possible war dance at 7. Unlikely, but you could try. Sorry. I'm checking things. Make sure I'm not missing out on important things that are happening. These are important things to look at. Sorry. Wait, what was that? Oh. Shrugs. Sorry. Little distracted, but that's fine. Just want to make sure everything's all hunky-dory. I haven't even thought about. Well, I've had more reason than usual recently to avoid Mother. Speaking of which, Al's already made herself scarce. And why wouldn't she? This is the horned queen of her childhood nightmares. And she just called me her mother. You've come into your own, I see. Yes, it hasn't been for long, but you ought to have told me that you'd assist your magic. I was going to help you when you did. She usually looks upset. Is it that black and white in her mind, holding her daughter at arm's length for years over something I couldn't even control? Now everything is just supposed to be fine. And now, everyone around us is stopping with Mother's arrival. She's supposed to sing the most important of the enchantments, say some words about maintaining the peace, but is my part the dutiful apprentice now? Funny. Just a handful of weeks ago, I would have longed for that. I've managed on my own so far. Yes, I can see that. Even so, our powers require a firm hand. Someone who understands. No, that sounds like... I'm not really thinking as I spread my new wings again. but alarm turns a running start towards that sound into a lifting off the ground. It's far from graceful, but it carries me above the panic that starts. I'm the first one to make it to her, and I see our standing upright with wide eyes. There's blood. The bodice of her dress is drenched in it, and I can hear how frantically her heart is pumping, but there's no sound coming from her. What's she holding in her hand? Morgan, Wait! She flees back into the woods before I can reach for her. When I move to follow her, my foot knocks into... Oh no. Dahlia? She don't scream anymore. But even lying curled up on the ground, I see how much blood she's covered in. Her hands are clasped over her face, and what little sound she's making now can barely even be called whimpers. There's something other than blood on what I can see of her face. It looks paler, thicker. Morgan? What is this? What is it? Move aside. Mother! I know her. Let me help. Wait, there's something sticking out from beneath Dahlia's fingers. It looks like... Morgan? Do you have any empty collecting vials in your bag right now? What? Vials? I think so. I need 2 of them. Don't just stand there. If you want to help her, it needs to be now. Whoever put her eye out did so with an old human weapon. Daggers like these were only forged for the purpose of killing folk. Her eye? If she left her dagger behind, what was that? This harsh misunderstanding, however, somehow. Maybe Dahlia just got jealous of Al overreacting, or... You can't just stand there in times like this. If you want your magic to be of any use, the vials, now. Yes, Mother. Watch carefully, and hope that you never have to use this sort of spell yourself. Mother, how many times has she done this before? To say so calm. She crushes some of the flour. From the glimpse I see of red and white, I think it's anemone petals. Then she slices open the pad of her thumb, on the tip of her horn, and bleeds it into the 2 small vials that clatter together in my shaking hands as I offer them to her. But when she takes a smaller knife of her own and brings it to Dahlia's arm, "No, don't hurt any further." I'm not. This is our only chance at sparing her life. Is Dahlia still breathing? There, a little, but Mother is right. Doesn't have much longer. It does the same thing with Dahlia's blood into the vial, but before sealing either of them, she... Don't look so horrified. Blood magic is unpleasant by design. And with that, she swallows a sip of what precious little blood Dahlia has left. When she dips the second vial of their combined blood into Dahlia's mouth, I can't stomach it. As I told you, Morgan, pray that you never have to wield more than flowers. This is wartime magic. The slumber that is put into her isn't meant for longer than a few days. But it will spend her in this state long enough for me to properly heal her without worsening the damage. Only I can wake her up by drinking the rest of the blood. If someone else could make her do the same, if I somehow waylaid my vial. Now, did you see who attacked her? A human wouldn't have made it this deep into the woods on their own. But I'm loath to suspect a kinsfolk. No. They're already running off by the time I got here. I have to... There's some explanation for this that I just haven't figured out yet. The Isle, I know. She wouldn't do this. Her hand was forced somehow. I know it. But that look in her eyes. And why would she have a dagger? The only purpose is... In all the time I've met her, she's never hurt me. There has to be something I'm not understanding. Or... Was I planning this all along? I should not have done this, Nara. There's not a single reason I should be waiting at this edge of the woods. My mother believed that I'm just gathering what plants we'll need to try and save dahlias. Gathering plants, the same excuse I used every time I stuck out to visit Isle. Helpless and... what? Loneliness. I'm not trapped in the game, apparently. Love? It feels like I shouldn't have even been thinking that right now, but... When I told... Wait, what's this? Dude. Okay, sorry. When I told myself that I wanted her secrets, this wasn't what I would have expected. What's even my plan here, Nara? Corner her when she comes outside again? Break in and demand Dahlia's eye? I can't get what was left of it. Not even whoever pictures that being all this that makes up an eye. Mother made me clean her face before I slipped off. Breathe. Damn it, breathe. My answer's the same as it was an hour ago, Io. We're not leaving. Aren't you always telling me how I'm a child? How else should I describe the way you're acting? Cremild? Do you think this was easy for me? What sort of sister does what you've done? Lying to her own family, taking their rightful chances. It seems that was all easy enough for you. It's not as if It's not as if you had made your move in 6 months. I found a fae and claimed a trophy in just a few weeks. So maybe I deserve the throne. Do you see it that way? What? A throne? Surely with nothing more than your girlish wiles and sheer luck, and not any of the notes and research you spent years spying on over my shoulder? No, it wasn't that. What exactly did you do? Well, what was all the combat training you were giving me for? It wasn't meant to use it. Any young woman, let alone princess, would be able to defend themselves, especially when the younger's role is to be married off to some stranger for the sake of an alliance. The test that father gave me was to kill a fae and bring back proof. so I don't see why you're so upset that I managed it first when you're the one who instead insisted on bringing me along. Do you really think being 2 years older automatically means you deserve to be queen more? I deserve it because I've spent half my life being a mother. And it only makes all those years fair if I can have her other title. Well, I'm sorry for destroying your life that much, and I suppose you'd just think of this as one more way. A sound cuts her off. What I don't want to admit that I've imagined. Short. Sharp. The precise strike of a hand shot out before the person making the strike realized what they've done. You've been wanting to do that for a long time, haven't you? Wait, I'm sorry. Footsteps rushed towards me, and I realized I'd moved like I was going to throw the front of the door open. It's the same camouflage spell that I used when Isla flings it open instead, cradling one hand on her reddened cheek and looking as devastated as I felt since last night. She sinks to her knees right there in the grass and gives a short, closed mouth wail that makes every bit of magic within me sing to comfort her. What she's devastated about. What? Lying to me? Or her sister? I look at her like this, still the human girl held in my arms, and I kissed hard enough to transform into something new. In someone who I realize I don't know at all. I feel... Morgan? Are you... here? I want to go to her. I can't. Dahlia. Can I talk to you? Look at you. I never thought that I'd be better off than you. You're here, stuck under the spell Mother cast on you. And would you know, it's terrible for me too. I don't know what happened that ended with you like this. You're asleep. You shouldn't look like that. No, I don't know. I do know. I wasn't looking out enough, and now you're like this, and I'll... You couldn't leave well enough alone, could you? You never could. Was it seeing her or me? She's not different from how I was back then, really. I was surprised when you stayed my friend even after you fully changed. That was what really bonded us, wasn't it? The first time we kissed. It was more than what I thought one of the folk would do. It was your first time too, wasn't it? You were so confident, and I just missed every signal. Overlooked every little touch until you had to grab my face that night up in the pine tree and kiss me. when I realized maybe we could be something more, I liked your attention. I felt how your eyes followed me everywhere you went. I knew it made you feel so hopeless when I ignored your hand brushing mine, when I laughed off your flirting. I never had that before. Someone who wanted me. Yet I'd never been a person who would decide how much to give someone. I wanted you too, but I realized you did, but the folk have always loved you. The first changing in decades, and you changed so well. Do you know how it felt to realize you have power for the first time in your life? You're someone who's everything you're supposed to be. I was stupid, I know. Saying out loud, I feel... Well... I do know what I was thinking. I couldn't even explain myself to you without you having to be half dead in front of me first. I'm being a real coward now, Dahlia. This is what that actually sounds like for me. But when I did realize, when I did decide to love and to be loved, I didn't realize how badly it hurt myself. Denying like that. You wanted me so much by that point. I felt really into you. I would go for walks in the woods at any time of day or night and just suddenly think, there's someone in this world who loves me. I had to always be by your side, so I can remember that. It's no wonder you stopped liking what you saw once I reached that point. You thought, after you ended things. I thought, after you ended things, it's not love. I was fine with learning that from you. I didn't trust myself not to do the same things all over again, if another girl somehow looked my way. Was that what really bothered you about Élan? Because with her, I'm more confused. Of course, I thought she was beautiful. I can't say there weren't signals. Oh no. I did it again. I did it all again, didn't I? But I couldn't have guessed. Well, I'm sorry about your eye. I don't know what that was. I saw her with that dagger before. I didn't know. She never tried to hurt me. That I know of. I can't bear it, Dahlia. If there's no way that I can have love without someone getting hurt, it means all the folk have always been right about me. That I'm just wrong. But you do deserve to know. I met a human girl on the boundary in the wood. Maybe you're right. And some part of me was beguiling her all along. I found my magic and used it to sneak her into our most sacred festival. And within minutes of me realizing that maybe I love her, she tried to kill you with the weapon of our worst enemies. Which makes this my fault, really. You wouldn't be sleeping halfway towards death if I hadn't started wanting. Is that so, Mother? I'm not a fool, Morgan. I knew about that human girl. I smelled her on you the day that you first met her. I just didn't think you'd be rash enough to bring her all the way into our fold. Mother, I can explain. Can you? I believe that I just heard the most honest version. You may have those wings on your back now, Morgan, but I knew you were still a child. I could only warn you in words so much. I thought if I let it all happen again, and she'll learn as I did. Though I admit this was a higher cost than I wanted to pay. But you did. There's one more story for you to hear. And hear it you will.
You'd like to tell me a story? Please, go ahead.
Do you know what it really takes to bring down a god? The god must open their arms to weakness, hunger, some call it. Yet it's so simple a craving. When it happens to me, I call it love. I was curious. Like the human that had described me any who had danced with at a revel. We carried on for nearly a year, long enough for me to believe that I knew her. She never told me of her lost family and loved ones. I didn't guess at all to her vengefulness until I walked by her side one evening to trying to saw my horn from my head. Some human superstition, I believe, that if you steal something from a folk's body, it will grant you their power. I was more than humiliated. If the folk were ever to learn of the role that I played in their downfall, in a sense, I did give up the power. I forged the first of those accursed daggers from that stolen fragment of my horn. Certainly, I would exile from these lands any of our kind. Betrayal was so complete. So yes, I know what it is to love a human. All the muck and mire that's darkening your heart right now. It always ends this way. I had planned to step in and deal with her myself when she inevitably turned on you, but... Stop talking! I understand it's not the picture I'd ever presented myself to you before. You think that's... You absolute hypocrite! What could there possibly be for you to teach me? There's nothing I want to learn from someone who sets their child up to be sacrificed just to teach them a lesson. I cannot deny that a fair description of my actions, however. That's fair? That's all you have to say? What about I could have done anything differently? If you're truly all that's about history repeating itself, then you know. I think that Dahlia was nearly killed because of the same empty belief that your Ike had. Something that could have been cleared up long ago if you hadn't insisted on keeping the folk isolated. She's done far more wrong than I have. She's right. She didn't deserve to call any of this realm home. Yet I'm the one who can't get far enough away from her. I don't care where I go. There's nothing left for me at all in the wood. We'll fly west to the mountain. See for myself how far the ocean stretches. If I keep making the same mistakes somewhere, no folk at all. Nara, where have you? What's that you're holding in your talons? Flowers? But that doesn't look like a bouquet. Oh. They're far from full bloom. How long ago did Isle and I make this crown? What was she planning even then? But she's the one who could have sent this back to me. It has to mean something. Ah. Something mistook between the two of the strands. A note. Morgan, please let me explain. Meet me in the grove this evening. No weapons. No magic. I meant as much of what I said to you as I thought that I could. If you can believe that, please come. Mother was betrayed and chose war, isolation. I'm not her. I won't be. I've still got some of Isle's flowers in my hair. Now, fly these back to her, please. I'm coming for you one more time, Isle. Please. Please have a reason that gives this all a purpose. I'm here, Isle. If you are too, please just show yourself. Isle? Oh, Morgan. Isle. Where are you? Morgan. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't see her at first. She's standing halfway in the trees and hanging her head down. She asked me to come, but she cannot even stand the sight of me. Except it looks like there's something in her hands. Something dark. Crime would maybe do it. I only thought it right to bring her back to you. Her hand cradle. Nara's limp body. And when I move closer, I can see that my friend's head is snapped at an unnatural angle. Some phantom sensation prickles down my spine. Through my wings, I used them to practically fly here. But they're still so new. Why didn't I realize how similar they looked to Nara's? Cremilled made her do it, she says. But I can't believe that anymore. Then, give her back to me. Go on then, explain whatever you want. You didn't make the greatest entrance. Alright, well, there's no easy way to say it. Crimehouse and I aren't any two ordinary humans. Our father is the king. So I've been swooning with royalty this entire time. Never heard Crimehouse call her a princess, but he's obsessed with the Fae and your magic. When I was born, he was meant to offer me up as a changeling. But my mother died giving birth to me. She made her swear that he would raise me and crime out its ordinary sisters. Ouroboros. Ouroboros! Ouroboros! Sorry. I don't know exactly. I don't know when exactly he started to plan it, but several months ago. Yes! He told Crimehill that if she wanted to succeed him on the throne, he had to come up with a task for her. She needed to venture into this forest, the last domain of the once mighty Fae, and bring him back proof that she had met and bested one of you. I don't know why she wanted for me to come along. Our relationship was better when we were younger. Until around when I was 9 or 10. And then something changed about her. Maybe I seemed less of a child by then. She always treated me like a sister, but she kept me at arm's length for years by that point. I said that I would go with her, in part because I missed her company, but also because, well, a kingdom only has so many uses for spare heir. I'm 18, and I hold no illusions about my father's plans for me. My mother was a countess from a land north of here, and I can serve as just as much in return on some or other alliances. But I don't want that. I want love. When we arrived at the cottage, Crimehill took after our fathers quite well. She pored over centuries of journals and accounts on the Fae, said she needed to plan her course of action down to the last detail. Except 1 month turned into 2, then 3. I almost got to the sense that she was stalling, even though one thing I've never known her for. Even though one thing I've never known her to have is nerve. And then I had a thought. Father issued the test to Crimehill. But could I alter my fate if I somehow... What about your business? You don't have to defend Crimehill anymore, just because she's your sister. All of them from her training me to fight. She's a harsh teacher. What are your bruises? Not bruises, bruises. All of them are training. She's a harsh teacher. Pragmatic to a fault, but not cruel. Betraying her would have been much easier if she were cruel. Yet you still did. You don't understand! You're going to live forever! You have magic! You literally have wings! Me, I played research assistant in the forest for a few months, watched my sister hesitate at the thought of ruling the entire realm, then have a lifetime to look forward to, of being married off to some strange duke or princess. Acting before a Crimehill could is the closest chance I've ever had in my life to saying no to that. And what was I? What was I then? How long were you batting your eyes at me while planning how you would slit my throat? Did you ever consider could have helped you? How, Morgan? Please tell me how. I'm too old now to be changeling. Would your plan have been to keep casting that glamour on me every single night, in the hope nobody would realize I was a strange face, or wondered why I didn't use any magic of my own? Face it, Morgan. There is no world for feelings like ours. I don't know what cruelness you'd showed me, making me hope that there might be one. So that's it. We shared a few kisses, went against every rule and instinct that's been pounded into our manners, and now we just leave it all here? Take it from someone who ruined her own first love, Isle.
I was
Wrong button. If any of this was real for you, you're going to spend the rest of your life remembering this grove and these words we're saying now. And every time you do, you're going to be the Isle that you are now, all over again, screaming at her from the other side of whatever choice you think you're making to choose something else. Creamhill's told me something else, too. After we fought over what I'd done. She said there's a way that I can make it right for both of us. Both of us. What does that possibly mean? I don't see whatever shorts out the growth from the intrusion of something in my body that shouldn't be. A tug on my shoulder, except more like it's connected to my shoulder. It's only when I try to flex my wings that pain erupts. All that talk about how I hesitate. But matters once. But it matters once the crossbow is in your hands. That's enough talking things out, Isle. And don't go begging me for any more time. Whatever she shot through my wing, I pinned the tree Isle got me in front of. There's no pain like I felt before. The wing almost feels disconnected from the rest of me, until I try to pull it free again. Every bit of skin and muscle and bone I have been pierced through howls, trying to heal itself around the object and failing. When I squirm, and then spasm, more than the weight widen. The entry wound, wet warmth trickles down every wing, my wing clumping through the feathers in its path. I tried to lay my hand on the tree trunk in the breeze, but it's not like before. I was completely powerless. Pain is supposed to be felt since, but this thing that's torn through my skin and split apart muscle is stealing my hearing, my sight. It's through a haze of screaming nerve endings to see Crimehill press through their dagger into Isle's hand. Take all the time you need. That crossbow bolt is made of the same stuff as this dagger. Go on, Isle. Just like we decided. 2 trophies for the dear old father of ours, and then you share the throne. Crimehill, I think I already took my trophy. Shouldn't you be the one to... Even after our heart-to-heart, you don't understand the lesson here, Isle. I try to thrust against, and she takes the hand of Isle's. It's holding the dagger, and jerks it up to the level of my throat. The pain is only getting worse. The rest of my body responding to a delayed call of alarm now. There's a sense that only one of us knows very well, and one of us has been sheltered enough to never know. It's your turn to look someone you love in the eyes and decide to lose a bit yourself over them. I don't want to do this again, Crimehill. No, Morgan, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. But then, that sense I would describe hurting me all those times we met. I feel it this time. Within an instant, a sound builds through the woods, rising a clamor of out tune bird song into a roar. The tree I'm pinned to rattles my body with it, and a wave of pain tearing through my wing. The oldest tree, in their sight, and I am nothing. It's all the nuts that mother gives herself. The wood exhales. A great grasp, a stride towards us, and a swipe. The claws lengthen from our hand. Ah! I'll... No. No. She's already fallen. She tries to bring her hand to the gouge mother carves into her neck. I move to try and catch her. The jolt that connects my wing to my body's this time I hear some internal part of me scratch against the crossbar bolt, piercing through it. I jerk against it again, though trying to stitch my hand to Isle. If I'm free of this bolt, I can use my magic again. I can see her. Devastation, it turns out. Feels a lot like a wing being ripped from my body. Do the kneeling of my ears, the sound of it almost ripped like ripping fabric, if the turn pull to peel through from flesh and tendon for my meat. It doesn't come off all the same. The mangled weight of the slumps from me, pulling me down sideways as I fall towards Ireland. Morgan! You killed my sister, Isle. All the hundreds of humans you've killed, and you had my sister. If Mother wanted right different to me, I don't know. I don't think I would see it. With pain. This first bolt takes her in the thigh, and then that doesn't stop her. She lunges for Crimehold like she did to Isle, and the first bolt tears through her chest. Something twinges in my breast. Maybe sympathy. She's first feeling the same hurt as me. Her hand even goes to pull it out as she shortly sinks her to her knees. It's not until cushioned thought of her legs hitting the ground, that dark shape which only be Crimehold's moves closer to her. Hey, Isle. Mother's grasping something out. Even now, although I think it's to Crimehold. Something all the way here to save her hopeless daughter. They're only having words that would be martyrs. I guess she and Crimehold speak violence better than me, though. At least, we're going to die in this grove, right? We won't ever have to wonder what happened to the other. It's us in this place, right into the end. Oddly, I feel that when Mother dies, or maybe she hasn't yet, When the sawing noises starts, I keep my face pressed to the sweet swimming red and white petal flowers it's falling against, until I hear the crack of her hold breaking loose, until I hear crime-held exhale and then make a sound that's barely anything at all. Something that withers and dies halfway out her throat, and then her footsteps turning and running away. Heaving myself through the flowers separating us, I make it to where Io fell. Blood is still spurting from her neck, but she's as drenched in it already as Dahlia was. She tries to say something to me, but it's all right. I know. And I think I mean that I'm constant with this. Let whatever is left of the folk find their leader and her daughter dead at the edge of the wood, with a human girl lying between them. Let whatever history comes from it, yes, to this moment, however it will. I shift onto my side, to press Sal's body to mine before I close my eyes, and through all the consuming pain from my crippled wing, a small pressure at my hip lights through that. That's right. I have all my gathering supplies with me. The same supplies I had at the revel. And those flowers that I had dragged myself through. Those petals swept off all over me. Red and white. It's like they belong. Soon as I was free with the crossbow bolt, when my magic was unblocked and my hands cushioned my fall. Hold on just a little longer, I roll onto my back, nearly screaming when the half stump of my wing folds even more unnaturally over itself. But a scream might draw Crankmouth back to finish the job. She thinks it's already done. My hand runs through all the pouches and pockets, my hips long enough for me to think maybe just made a prayer out of some stray pebble. When I feel the tempered glass in my vials. What did your mother do next? She hovered over Dahlia. I brush as many anemone petals from my clothes into my other hand as I can, mashing them between my blood-soaked fingernails. The pulpy powder it creates into one vial, half into the other. At least there's no salted blood. And yet some repulsion still stops me when I know what has to come next. And I take the vial from the weakened trickle from Isla's neck and try to bring it to my mouth. Mother was right about this magic. I barely know what I'm doing. It feels ugly. Anything I've worked. Then crying held sobs amplified in my head while I picture the pale arc of her throat opening beneath Mother's claws over and over again. I press a kiss to her wounds first, and then turn her head enough to kiss her properly. I think she tries to help me. There. Now history's made puppets of us both. choke her blood as I feel her heartbeat start to fade. It feels like a block of ice melting in my core. The instant agony of my wing reaching a new level of fervor, only dwarfed by growing cold that it's as Isles, little remaining life flowing through me. I write in a ruin, oh my God, a backache, and I try to find any way of easing the pain. This time, someone thinks, don't cry out. So I'm beyond to tell whether it's me or I, making one last grasp towards life. The way when I bring my blood to her lips, she knows what to do. The connection, but yes, snaps tight. I'm responsible for it. I have to be. And I think to breathe for both of us, to guide her sunken, violent, shuddering body to somewhere a little less close to death. Her breathing picks back up. A moment of her lungs working both double time. Her eyes flutter shut, and her head lolls against the grass. With laughter and gentleness. But I've done it. And I can feel like I've opened up her chest and poured her beating heart right beside hers. She's only asleep. If I was asked how I even tell a story, once upon a time, no. That just feels wrong. I've tried not to think too long on it for a long time. Well, perhaps I should start with the right after. It felt right, hiding away in the bedroom I never use. But it was the only place that I could, in those first days, where none of the folk would dare go looking for answers or vengeance. Will I ever stop being strange, thinking of myself as the last of the folk, even if it was choice of mine to wear that mantle? The rest of us departed for parts unknown to me, at least. I asked Dahlia not to tell me where, so that I wouldn't be tempted to follow. I think because we owed each other a debt. She didn't question my reasonings. It's for the better that someone stayed behind somehow. Anyhow, too much old magic sunken into the trees. When it gets hands on humans, all sorts of odd things can happen with the custodian for it. Those refugees who came from the south last month might be putting down roots here. It's a whole standing village after all. I can't say it won't be strange, watching the lungs breathe again. There's a child among them. a year or two younger than we were when we met. I would say she seeks me out. I can't say I don't appreciate her company. I think she's trying to put in good words for me and the rest of her village people. The optimism of youth. I'd forgotten how it felt. Do you even hear me at all? I go on and on to you like this. I remember something Dahlia told me about while I was under the sleeping spell. That she wasn't quite there in the way that you feel time when you're awake. But someone who's talked around her, to her, with the intervals of dreams. And yes, there are some significance to the date today. 56 years since that sister of yours took the human throne in the north. I don't know if maybe Mother's hold some magic that extended her lifespan this long. Or if she's just that lucky. Or unlucky, perhaps. I've felt every one of the years since that night in Grove. I have to wonder how she does. Whatever Mother's final curse on her was. I'm sorry for a lot of things about this Isle. Another year when I thought I'd have woken you up by now. But for as long as Crimehound is alive and on that throne, she has to think that both died and with Mother. If she ever heard word that I remained, or that you were at my side, besides that child. Have you overheard what she calls me? A guardian? What kind of guardian would let her charge be trampled on by some princess retrieval squad and sent by the infamous Queen Crimehead? And I'm sorry that I haven't touched you in all those years. It's not how I want to think of you. Holding your limp hand or leaning over those lips that barely even pass breath between them. Yes, knowing that I've always been here, standing, watching enough. One day I'll soon, I can feel it, when the world that the cruelty of my careless love made you hope, finally taking shape. When the last remainder of the boundaries dividing folk and humanity is no more than a faint memory, and all that we are is Marion and I. Marky. I couldn't stand to hurt you anymore. By bringing you back before them, I once thought, like all the folk, that we don't dream how humans do. But that's what I picture every time my mind wanders. Or just when I close my eyes like now. I don't desire for anything more than to laugh with you on a field of flowers again, and sing nothing but songs of love that don't end in despair. I'm sorry, but can you sleep for just a few more days? Can you sleep and dream of her, of my love, on wings, bringing sleep? created by Studio Nekomata for the Studio Élan Dandelion Variety Game Jam. Story by Rose Crowned. Art by Dakuma. Direction by Lexi. Programmed by Theo Minute and Lexi. Fae Consultation by Feriko. Music by Kamaboko Sachiko. Chi Zhao. Haitaro Ashbe. Shimton and Mayokoko. Sound effects by David Byrne. Igor Massive. Adru Momo. Kang Bilb. En Razm. Ku Boredom. Vero Mareng. And Rokuma. Background by Alex Grod Kaifwick. Ayako. Michael Graham Pengley. Mark Ferhust. List Hines. Nico Isalto. Steve Wilcox. Tom Moy. Itfaktan. Yuri Orville. Annie Spratz. In the years better of land management. Thank you for reading this tragic tale. We hope to one day return to Moragain and Isle, and to even more of their story. But until then, sleep well. Very good. Very pain. Unsurprisingly, I'll let you know. Unsurprisingly, I was very lightheaded reading a segment of this game. You can probably guess which segment I was very lightheaded reading. I was really lightheaded reading it, one of the segments. For an obvious reason of why, if you're listening to how I was reading the fucking messages. As I read in the chat, as you can guess, the way I was reading, you know. You can probably guess why, you know. You can probably guess why. It's not the accent, that's for sure. If you remember how I was reading this part of the game, you can figure out why. I was lightheaded, but I powered through. I was so lightheaded reading this part. And it's my own fault too. It's my own fault. It's my own fault for being so lightheaded reading this segment of the dialogue.
I was just thinking that you look like the sort of person who would enjoy one of our fairy kiss chillers.
For the harder and stretch. I enjoy bringing emotion. I enjoy bringing the emotion into the game. I enjoy bringing you a slice of emotion when I read these. Because what's the point in reading it without emotion, right? It's a visual novel. You need to experience it. You experience the thrills, the kills, the kills. I don't know the rest of the monologue from Monokuma. Thrills, kills, chills. Monokuma. But yes, it was so... I loved it. I love that so much. It was so enjoyable. It's so much fun. It was such a good story. It was so good. I knew it was gonna be. They already did warn me it was slightly horror-ish. It was horror adjacent. But and again we were warned of the explicit violence and toxic lesbianism. But like, damn, that was so good. That was so good. That was so good. I'm deaf. Also Doom Jury. Also Doom Jury. They don't want to spoil the Doom Jury. They didn't want to spoil us the Doom Jury. But that was good. I'm definitely gonna leave a review on this later. I enjoyed that so much. Fucking jeez. So much. All the emotions. I didn't cry. I think I should have a bit. I think I should have a little bit near the end, slightly, because you know. But yeah. Thank you for sticking words. Thank you for sticking with me through Sapphic Sunday. Hope you enjoyed. Okay, we have the obvious raid target. Okay, actually before that, I need to hydrate, and we're gonna figure out where we're gonna go raid. We have the obvious suspect, but I'm just gonna see if anyone else is there. I'll be right back after I dehydrate, and we'll figure out where we're going. Be right back. I'm back. Okay, so we're gonna do the same person, but I want to talk. I want to talk for a minute. I want to talk about the I want to talk about the game for a minute. That was so good. Also, I can't believe we're finally finished. Sadly, finally finished. The Dandelion set. They were all so good games. We had wholesome, heartwarming game. We started with wholesome, heartwarming. Wholesome story. Then we with Upwards Rain. Then we went to silly little Yuri paddle, silly murder mystery game. Sorry, I'm checking. Okay, sorry. Then we went from after we had silly Yuri paddle. We went to another relatively lighthearted. I see. Yeah, that's just pretty lighthearted. Another lighthearted sapphic game in which you want a little silly potion making, little witchcrafty, and then we ended it off with fucking toxic doomed Yuri. How fitting, I think. How fitting. We end with one of my favorite types of Yuri genre. Toxic doomed Yuri. I'm not sure if it's my favorite type of Yuri genre. Like it is. It's one of I'm actively seeing being a fan of, I guess. With especially with Tochako. I think is the ship name. Tochako. Tochako. Yeah. Togachaka. Okay. Togachaka. Yeah. Togachaka. Which is Togoho. Himiko and Uraraka Ochaka from My Hero, and also that one doomed toxic Yuri I animated in MMD that I showed you all during my birthday karaoke. The toxic doomed Yuri, you know, it's supposed to be toxic doomed heterosexuality. It's originally a toxic doomed heterosexuality. That's what the song is. Which is kind of funny. Anything can be toxic here if you try hard enough, and I tried hard enough. Hello. That's FWB. But yeah, that was fun. That was good. All the games really good. I'm definitely I'm gonna need some time to maybe collect my thoughts and figure out what to review it, because you know, as I am famously known for, famous in big quotation marks, like, I'm not very well known. As I'm quote unquote famously well known for, I'm really bad with words. I'm bad at conveying my thoughts in verbal format. And I think I convey more of my feelings and actions, and sometimes my actions are very rash and unthought out. Lol. But yeah, I enjoyed that. I do love the art. The art's good. The characters are fun, quote unquote fun, and like, you know, they're fun and like they're funny, you know, and they're. I'm making gestures like, and they're, you know. But yeah, that'll be it for me today, I guess. Well, maybe not today. If we figure out what we're doing, leave the company tonight. That'll be it for now. Possibly leave the company tonight. I assume the usual time of 10 BST. I don't know. I don't know anything of this. With me and Kaizen, if we do. If not, next stream is tomorrow at 3 PM EST, doing something. I really need to plan this out more. Like I want to do more Halloween collabs, but like also like I haven't reached anyone about anything. I have 2 weeks left. Not even 2 weeks. I have a week left. Not even. Jesus, I am a disaster. I wanted to collab with my twin, and I'm a disaster. I haven't fucking reached out at all. I'm a disaster. Well, tomorrow's either gonna be Paper Mario, or something I figure out last minute. I don't know. There aren't many horror games I have on my docket. I say as I scroll through and see a few horror games, I guess, technically in my Steam library. But like, I don't feel like playing them. You know. It's one of those days. It's just one of those days where you just can't wake up and everything's fucked. Oh, you guys don't understand that joke. You don't understand that, Riz. I guess you understand that really shit reference of, you know, it's just one of those days when you don't want to wake up, everything is fucked, everybody sucks, you don't really know why, but you want to justify ripping somebody's head off, no human contact, and if you interact, your life is on contact, your best bet is to stay awake, motherfucker. It's just one of those days. It's all about the he said, she said bullshit. I think you better quit letting shit slip, and you'll be leaving with a fat lip. It's all about the he said, she said bullshit. I think you better quit talking that shit. I'm funny. I think I find myself funny. Shrugs. But yeah, that is it for today. I will figure out what I'm doing tomorrow. It'll either be Paper Mario, or I don't know, something. I need to work on art project. I need to work on art I need to do before the end of the year. Yeah, that's a song. I don't know what genre of song is this. I don't think it tells me. But yeah, it's Break Stuff by someone. Limp Bizkit. Limp Bizkit. But yeah, okay, so next stream is tomorrow 3 p.m. EST, or not next stream. There will be definitely a stream tomorrow 3 p.m. EST about something. It's either going to be Paper Mario or it's going to be horror. I am not sure yet at all. Like I said, I should have organized this more, but I do think it's very last minute all the time, and this is my own fault, really. I have no one else but myself to blame for this, because I don't think this far ahead sometimes. Yeah, let's start the raid so I can stop dying. Don't type X, don't type slash Leary. Brain. I missed what's your name, didn't I? I did. Should be correct? Yes. That will be it for me today. Well, for now. I keep saying today out of habit, but like, again, there might be a stream later tonight. I'm not sure. We haven't fucking decided yet. We'll find out. I'm either gonna be playing Lethal Company tonight, or I'll be in private watching Fate with my friend. Until then, yeah, I'll figure out what I'm doing tomorrow. Eventually. God, a mess.